Good morning, everybody, and happy Tuesday. How's everybody doing out there? If you're with me here on Discord or in YouTube chat, go ahead and say what's up, drop an emoji. Let's see who's with us this morning. We got G-Lines, Shane, Kodak, DK, Trader Page. We got Trend Friend. We got Rui, G-Lines, Ricky, Tom, Jim, Kenny. We got Dath. We got the whole crew in here. Good morning, everybody. We got Goolsby on CNBC right now. We had Kashkari earlier, basically saying that if inflation keeps going up, we're going to jack up some rates a lot more. Good morning, EQ, Christian, Utah, dude, Apex, Smoof, Michael, Larry, Mr. Knife Art, Caesar, Hadi, DeCount. Hello, everybody. Look at this market squeezing. I was writing the morning memo right here, right around here. I was writing the morning memo, and I kept on wanting to take it long. I was writing the morning memo, and I'd stop, and I'd say, I want to take this long. Write the morning memo. I want to take this long. Long story short, I didn't take any of this long. I missed the whole move here, but by golly, what a squeeze. Just beautiful right off the bottom. If we're looking here at the chart here. You know, I was looking for the Globex session to kind of tuck down into this 167, but this was, I mean, the Globex never went below 191 before I went to bed. And so, you know, I said this yesterday in Clubhouse on our wrap call. At the end of the day, I said, you know, if this market goes down towards 167 and holds above it, I would put on a long for Globex, but it never made it below 191 and a half. So I didn't get the pullback that I wanted. And it was a pretty sideways Globex session here. You can see, I mean, pretty sideways stuff. Good afternoon from Europe. Good morning to the Americas. Hey, Jonathan, thanks for joining us. Good morning, Rush. Ragmani says, NQ at a supply level for me, have to see volume and price push above 230 before considering. Yeah, we have our level here at 238. Yesterday, we didn't hold over that level. We gave a test for it. We traded this off the open yesterday. If you missed that stream, you can check it out here on YouTube and go back and watch that. We had a pretty mixed session. Ended up coming out the other side with a little bit of a profit, which was nice, but yesterday's session was very, very choppy off the open. I mean, this is the opening session right here. We had that nice fail down below that 191 and a half, which is our level here. We had that nice fail down all the way to 140 and a quarter, and then it made its reversal right back up and squeezed a lot of shorts. And then basically we're just kind of going sideways here. We do have a lot of interesting data coming out. Smooth says the stream looks great this morning. Thank you. Also did some work on the lighting, so trying to improve the lighting. The stream's always going to continue improving. So if you've been watching since the beginning, things will continue to improve here with the stream. Appreciate you, Smooth. So yeah, we do have some interesting data coming out today, and a whole cavalcade of Fed speakers. So it's going to be a very volatile session today. We have a lot of Fed speak. I mean, right now, like I said, Goolsby is speaking right now on CNBC. Am I able to put a clock on my chart? Yeah, I could probably do that. You're talking about this one over here. That's not trading view, but here, let me show you guys. Let's see how caught up you guys are here. Let's see how much lag we have. Got my NQ over here. Let's see how caught up you guys are to the stream here. Is that the correct time? That should be about right. Let me see here. Move this over. Should be about right there. So that'll show you how much lag you have. And in Discord, we have it now set so there's zero latency. Absolutely zero latency in Discord. Can't see the clock? Right here. Bingo, bango. So that should be that should give you kind of a hint of how caught up you are to the stream there. And if you're not in Discord, you can, the folks here that are on YouTube, you could just watch this in 2x speed and it'll catch you up pretty close. So I'm watching for the market to get up to this 238 level, and then I want to kind of make a decision. We do have data coming out at 8:30. That is the U.S. September trade balance. That's going to be out in 23 minutes here. So that's what we're waiting for. So let's talk about what we have going on for the schedule today. So we have a whole mess of Fed speak. Just outside of the two, I mean, we had Kashgari and now Goolsbee on CNBC. They weren't even scheduled, right? They're just doing their surprise appearances, collecting their check. We got Michael Barr, who's going to be speaking at 9:15. And if we get enough votes, thumbs up here on YouTube, which, by the way, you should be hitting that thumbs up right now. If we get over 75 likes, we will stream on YouTube here through the open. So that's our benchmark for today. We have to get over 75 likes. What are we at right now? We're at 35. So you guys got some work to do here. If you guys want to see this stream all the way through the open, we got to get it to 75 likes, and we'll stream through the open here on YouTube. Otherwise, we'll just stream here on Discord. But anyway, so 9:15 is going to be Michael Barr speaking, and he's going to be doing a fireside chat. And there's going to be Q&A from the moderator, but not from the audience. And there will be a link. I will post the live stream link for that. In the future, the next improvement for the stream is that we're going to be able to simulcast in this kind of video here, where we'll be able to see the live streams from these Fed speakers, and we'll be able to kind of simulcast both at the same time here. Market is pushing up, looking very, very strong here. Kicking myself. I didn't take a long there at that 191.5 area. So, so we have Michael Barr here. He's a voter. He's going to be speaking at 9:15. We just tagged our 238 level here, so I'm just kind of watching out of the corner of my eye. Market incredibly strong and resilient. Be nice to get a little bit of a pullback here. But we can also just wait until that 8:30 data. We have Jeffrey Schmid, who's a non-voter, speaking at 9:50. Look at the squeeze now above 238. I think we actually have room up to 250 here. We're on 5 handles away. This thing just jammed right up here. This thing is definitely squeezing right here. We're seeing a lot of volume coming in now too. Very, very squeezy. I also adjusted the book map up here, so it should be a little bit more centered on your screens here. We also have, obviously the full screen, but it should be a little bit more centered in that view that we have when we're watching on NinjaTrader here, as well as on eSignal. Turn this right there. So, we do have Jeffrey Schmid, who's a non-voter, speaking at 9:50. I believe he's the only non-voter speaking today. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he is the only non-voter speaking today, officially. We have Chris Waller, who's speaking at 10. We have John Williams, who's speaking at noon. These are all in Eastern time, by the way. And Lori Logan, who's going to be speaking at 1:30. So Michael Barr, the voters, Michael Barr, Chris Waller, John Williams, Lori Logan. 4 voters. What is that? 1, 2, 4 voters, yeah. And then Jeffrey Schmid is the only non-voter who's speaking today. And like I said earlier, we had Kashgari on CNBC a little bit ago, about 30 minutes ago, and he was just basically saying that if the Fed has more work to do, we're going to do it. He said if inflation doesn't come down, we're gonna go hog wild here. So we got now 19 minutes until that data. That first data print is going to be the September trade balance. So that's due out at 8:30. Did I say 9:30? 8:30. And so so we have the trade balance. That's going to give us some information about imports and exports into the country and out of the country. We have the IBD/TIPP Economic Optimism Survey for October, which is a big reading into consumer confidence. And that's going to be out at 10 o'clock. And that's right alongside with Chris Waller speaking. So if you were not feeling the volatility yesterday, there was a little bit, right? We had that flush below 191.5, a little bit of volatility. If you were missing out on volatility yesterday, by golly, you're going to get it today. You will definitely get some volatility today. We also have the Manheim Used Vehicle Price Index, another very important consumer indicator. That is out Oh, is that out later? I'm trying to remember because that one wasn't actually put in my schedule. Yeah, that's going to be, I think that's later this evening. I think that's after the market closes. So we'll be able to review that data tomorrow here on the stream. So that's going to be out later. But then we have the New York Federal Reserve's report on household wealth for the third quarter. That's the household debt. That's going to be out at 11. So think about this. We got data at 8:30. We got speakers at 9:15, 9:50, and then also 10 a.m. We have that data out at 10, which is the economic optimism. And then we have the data out at 11 for the household debt data. And then we also have the 3-year note auction that's out at 1 p.m. today. And then that's followed by Lori Logan, who's speaking at 1:30. So a whole lot of volatility events today. It's going to be pretty wild. So I'm excited to see if we can pull any kind of alpha out of this market. Best trade of the day would have been going long here, right around this area. I think I was at my terminal right around this area right here, right around 195 or so. And we did have this beautiful pullback and just didn't end up taking it. But that was, I think that was definitely the trade of the morning here. Look at this, how harsh we rejected here above 238. You can see this huge topping tail on the 15-minute bar. Let's drop it down to the 5 and see what's going on here. Yeah, look at that rejection right over 238 there. That's pretty wild. So what we'd want to see here on a 5-minute, because we're on the 5-minute here, is a pullback down into this area. I'm thinking too for the stream, I want to migrate over to Trading View for at least for the stream here. And that'll be a lot better for us to draw on. And like I said yesterday on the stream, we will have that set up so we can export charts so that you guys have access to those charts. If you guys are interested in that, you can have access to the charts that I'm drawing on, etc. So we still have about 15 minutes here until the print. A nice pullback here below 238, but the market has been incredibly resilient. So for a pullback, I'd love to see a pullback here somewhere between 210 and 220. Basically 210 and 216 here. If we got a pullback into that area, I'd be interested in potentially taking this long for a bounce back up to 238. But we might not get there pre-data. And keep in mind, the data that's coming out here at 8:30, the September trade balance, it's not going to be an extreme print. I think that the market is going to be more concerned about the consumer-facing prints. So the used vehicle pricing index, which is out much later today, the optimism survey, which is very much related to consumer confidence, and the September consumer credit, that's also out at, I think that's out at like 2 or 3. Technically, that is an order block on the 5 there, technically. But, I mean, I really don't like 5-minute order blocks, to be honest with you. Looking at on the 15, I mean, there is some efficiency there with those wicks. So, actually that's probably more of an order flow zone than an order block. Yeah, no, there's efficiency there. So not exactly, no. So more of an order flow zone. So I would like to see it come down there though, because that is where we found a lot of interested buyers, kind of in that block of that area there. That block of liquidity. And I mean, you can see it here also on the book map. If we zoom back a little bit. I mean, you had this is when I was done writing the memo, was in this area. I was watching this very intently on book map here before I came on stream. And this area was really interesting because you had a big kind of rebalancing going on. And let me kind of zoom in on this area that I'm picking out here. We had some big buyers stepping up, big chunky buyers, big chunky sellers, and just some wrestling over the tape. And then I think that's what kind of invited the squeeze here to the top side, was you had so much aggressive push to the downside here, but it just wasn't breaking this area of the structure. So very interesting tape this morning. Very, very interesting. Definitely a tape that'll keep you on your toes. And like I said, it was one of those trades where it's if you didn't get in at the right time, it just never seemed like a good time to re-enter or come back into that trade. Or take it for the first time, I guess I should say. Because we are sitting here right now Wait, wrong screen here. There we go. Up $0. No trades. So overhead supply above on 238 here so far. We have pulled back to 230. We are kind of solidifying here. We didn't quite pull back to that 215 area. On 30-minute, it's not an order block of the small wick on the larger green candle. That's what's making it inefficient. I haven't looked on the 30-minute. Let's check it out. 30-minute. Well, I mean, are we talking about this one down here? You have to share a screenshot of what you're at. That one? Yeah, let's see here. I mean, technically there is a gap here between that wick and here. So yeah, technically that would sort of work if you want to draw it from that. I mean, you could even say that it's, you know, it's that 191.5 is a big area of demand right now. There's a lot of people who want to buy up that area. So we've been tracking that area for a very long time. That is kind of, you look at that as confluence, and the fact that we've kind of gone down to that area is, it's extremely important that every single time that we've gone down through that area, we've found a lot of buyers. I mean, look at how many times that we've tested that area on the 30. Let's go to the 15. Yeah, you can see it's a very, very strong area. The moment that we broke below it, we get a heck of a lot of interested buyers there. You know, you could say that it's on the 15, it's probably more reliable. Just taking that right there. But yeah, either way, there's a big amount of demand there. That's the one thing I don't like about eSignal is that it doesn't snap to candles like how TradingView does. TradingView snaps to candles. It's really, really nice. Hey, how you doing there, BJM? Good evening. Where are you located? Where is it nighttime right now? You're probably over in the Asian Pacific region, somewhere in there. Australia. There you go. Nice. Cockadoodle. Hey, good morning, Rooster. Welcome. Thanks for giving us the wake-up call there. Salute from Atlanta. Very nice. Welcome, welcome. We got people from all over in here. This is great. So the question becomes, we got data out here in 10 minutes. Question becomes is really what's going to happen here at 238? If we're going to push above, you had this liquidity to the top side yesterday. I mean, what was the high of this candle here? High was 57.5. Our level above that is 68.25. It'd be really interesting for us to see us regain this ascending trend here that we broke down yesterday. Broke it down super violently. That was a great setup if you were just taking that to the short side there. That was, I think a couple people here in Clubhouse actually caught that to the short side. And then we tried to reclaim the trend line again and no dice. So it'd be really interesting if we reclaim that today off of this newsprint. I just don't know that we're going to have enough mustard off this print to really push us. It's just not, there's so many more things that are happening today that are going to move the market than this trade balance print, unless it's a big outlier print, which I'd be surprised about. Rockmoney took MES short. Good luck to you. Roll Tide from Alabama. Nice. We got Cali Central Coast, Seattle. Looks like we got Russia, I believe. So let's see the ES here. Naples, Florida. Wow. Everybody from all over. Wow. Yeah, we got a lot of Fed speak today. It's going to be nuts. Went over that a little bit earlier. Graham's from Denver. Got Seattle. A couple folks here from Seattle. Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be a chock full of action kind of day here. St. Louis, nice. Hotties from T-Dot. Yeah, the ES has not really been super tradable for me lately. I've been really focusing a lot of my efforts here on the NQ, and I just like how many opportunities it gives you throughout the day. For me, it's a much more forgiving trade. From New Orleans, I'm a city chicken. Has crude been dumping all day? I haven't even looked at what would be causing that right now. I had my notes here that I was looking at. The China trade data, that's what it was. I put some notes out. The China trade data is what is affecting the price of crude right now. So we almost tapped 238 again, but not quite. What did we hit here? About 236 and a quarter. What's the high of this bar? Yeah, 236 and 3/4. So we almost taps that 238 again. But let's see if we get back down into that order flow zone between 210 and 215 here. And we still have about 6.5 minutes here until that data comes out. Looking across the board here at tech, Apple seems kind of toppy here. It really needs to be auctioning over 179 for it to have a chance to rally today. We are confidently above that 175.81 level, but that doesn't mean that we can't fade back down to that level today. SPY is looking tremendously weak here. Again, this is on no data. This is just some good old-fashioned selling here. What is holding up, though? We got Microsoft. Microsoft's super strong in the pre-market. And that could be because of, they have a big investment in ChatGPT. ChatGPT did their, OpenAI rather, did their very first kind of like Apple-style event yesterday. I don't know if you guys caught that, but it's worth watching that video. It's available on YouTube. It's definitely worth checking out. They are doing big leaps and bounds forward in the AI space right now. And Microsoft is a huge investor in that space. So that could be a lot of what we're seeing in the buying in Microsoft this morning. That could be a lot of the reason for that. But as long as Microsoft is holding up above 356 today, I could be pretty bullish on the broader market. We need to see Apple holding above 178 and Microsoft holding above 356 today. That would be ideal. So what are we at here? We're at 61 likes. Make sure you guys hit that like button. If we get to 75 likes, we will stream through the open today. That's the deal. That's our milestone we're trying to hit today. 75 likes and we'll stream through the open. Can I ask what you're watching for stock prices? Some sort of heat map or just some type of ticker? Well, I watched the big components here that make up the NAS 100. So I'm keeping an eye out on, my watch list over here. I have another screen over here, and I have Apple, Tesla, Meta, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and then the SPY. I don't really pay attention to Broadcom. That's AVGO. I don't pay a lot of attention to it. It moves, but it's not a big trader's stock, so I'd much rather focus on the aforementioned. But that's what I have kind of watching over here. And there's just certain levels of liquidity that I know are extremely important that have a lot of interaction with big funds, large, big funds. Dath says, am I doing something wrong in NT for it not to be showing any futures other than ES and NQ? Want to check crude oil on BTC, but the window's empty, like screenshot when I switch to those instruments. BTC USD. No, it's the ticker is like MBTC, or let me find out what the ticker is for Bitcoin futures on that. Let me check for you real quick. Okay, so for Bitcoin futures, it's MBT. MBT there, Dath. And then for crude, you got MCL or CL. But yeah, that should do it for you. Yeah, you can trade the micro. Bitcoin, the Big Daddy Bitcoin futures are very, very pricey. And then there's also micro Ethereum, MET. Put that on your chart as well. One day soon, you'll be asking for 750 likes to stream live through the. I hope so. That'd be great. With your guys' support in here, that'll happen. You guys have been awesome with your support. You guys have been so great. All right, we got 3 minutes now. 3 minutes until that data comes out. Let's see if we can get a trade off that data. Right now, we didn't encroach into that order flow zone that we're watching. I'm gonna drop it into the 5, and we came pretty close, but we didn't make it all the way down. Patience. Let's see if we bring it down in there and then see what this print is all about here. So the expectation is negative 59.8 billion versus a negative 58.3 billion prior. If we had like a negative 65 billion read, market would probably go up. It is interesting to note, though, that we are kind of getting to the we're leveling off between where good news equals bad news. We're kind of leveling off on that plane now, where that might just not be the case anymore, right? That just might not be happening anymore. So it's interesting. There's a note out by an analyst over at JP Morgan. What is his name? I can never remember his name. Marco or something like that. He had a note out that I was reading, and basically he was just talking about how we are getting into an interesting area where the Fed is going to be done. We're going to get through this cycle. And then we're going to get to the area where we're trying to figure out how long we're going to be holding rates where they are. And then 2024 is where everybody's expecting where the rates are going to come down. Either Q2 or Q3 is where we're expecting the rates to come down. And they'll probably drop them slowly. But that doesn't mean we still don't know with 100% certainty that we're at the terminal rate. That's why we have the FOMC in December. It's going to be on December 13th. So that's like 38 days away, 37 days away. So we are still kind of waiting. We're waiting to see whether or not this is the terminal rate. But also we're kind of getting through this cycle where we've had a lot of bad news being good news. All right, 90 seconds here. I want to focus up. See if we get a nice trade. Good news will equal good news again. Haven't heard that in forever. Yeah, it really is kind of, it's been a funky market cycle where it's like, yeah, a lot of people are out of work. Send the market skyward. It's terrible. It's a lot of people didn't really understand this market cycle for the most part. We had a lot of people that were offsides, but let's see if the trade balance can come in. Remember, the expectation is negative 59.8 billion. The prior was negative 58.3 billion. Bring this out a little bit, get an Ninja Trader on our screen. Switch this over first. Let's see what account. That one. All right. Get my ATM strategy loaded up. Don't want to trade without that. And let's see if we have anything to trade off this. We could have a little bit of a volatility injection. The data after this is going to be at 8:55. We're going to have the Redbook retail sales. 10 seconds here. It's for both the US and Canada, by the way. Order book is cleared out here. Negative 61.5 billion. So that should give the market a little bit of push here to the top side. I will try this long with one lot for the approach back up to 38. See this strong over 30 here. I have an average of 30.25, so I need to see this strong up above 30 here. Little chunky, kind of sticky. Not really what I like to see here when I'm trying to capture some momentum here to the top side. Kind of sticky here at these 30s. I want to see this push confidently up towards 38. Just kind of dead here off this print. '30s are very sticky here. I'm surprised too. I thought with a read of negative 61.5 billion, we'd get a little bit more push than that. There we go. Get a little bit of buyers here coming up. Stepping up to the plate just a bit here. But big folks here on the ask as well. Can we get above 33 here? There we go. Nice little push up. Trader Page says, come on, do something. So a little bit of a push up, but my caution flag is out for how slow and sleepy this is so far. Google's pushing on this. Still looking kind of weak-ish here. I'm just going to go flat. Nothing happening on that print there. I mean, total nothing burger. So I'm just going to go flat there. We made $35. Total scratch trade, but I expected with a read of negative 61 that we would have had a little bit more push. But the way I'm watching the tape develop, see, here we come right back down. Right past where we entered. So yeah, happy to be flat on that print. Big nothing burger. Only took one lot. If I'm confident in a play, when it's developing like that, I'm going to size into it. But the way that the tape reacted on that, I mean, there's nothing happening there. So, you know, the right move is to go flat there. As bad as I want, this is something that newer traders will struggle with. As bad as you want the market to do what you want it to do, adding size into your position is not the answer to make the market do that. Unless you're trading a really thin small cap and you're trading with, you know, a big account, then you can move the market around. But when it comes to futures, especially when we're trading here on Top Step, we can't move the market because our orders aren't even hitting the market. Got to remember that. So even if you want to move the market with a 15 lot, you're not going to do it because your orders aren't actually hitting the market. And by the way, if you want to trade on Top Step, it's really easy to get started. There's a link in the description right down below. And your first account, you get a really great discount on. It's awesome. And it allows you to trade with no risk. Like that trade right there, made a huge amount, made whole $35 on that trade. And I didn't have to risk any of my own capital to do that. Remember, don't do what Rogue Trader did in the movie. Yeah, if you guys have never seen Rogue Trader, it's available for free actually on YouTube. It's worth checking out. It's the Rogue Trader. It's got, good golly, who's that actor? I'm drawing a blank right now. Ewan McGregor, right? It's Ewan McGregor. But Ajay says, I made 15, but 20 negative drawdown on Apex. That's why I like Top Step. That's why I'm a huge fan of Top Step, and I don't mess with those other funding companies. Top Step makes it a whole heck of a lot easier to take those trades. So it might just be a little bit sleepy now until we get the Redbook retail sales. But again, Redbook retail sales for the past, I don't know, 15 reads has not been doing anything for the market. So, I mean, that was one of the least reactive prints that we've seen on here lately. Does a liquidation across the board in the commodities complex give us a signal for a late morning sell-off in equities eventually? You know, that's a good question. Seeing oil lower like that, it's definitely, I think they're looking, like I said earlier, they're looking at the China trade balance, the China trade data that was released in the Asian Pacific session. So, slowest first 5 minutes opening ever. Dath, it's not the market open. We still got an hour. Remember, it's daylight savings here. Don't forget, we got daylight savings. Yeah, can you imagine if this was the market open? We got Dath in here in Discord. Forgetting about daylight savings. That's great. He's like, man, this is the slowest market open we've ever seen here. Can you guys imagine? Oh boy, this is why you always want to focus on trading a liquid market. If you folks had ever traded crypto, there's some crypto markets that were just as illiquid as this, and having a product that trades 24 hours a day is, it's a recipe for going crazy. All right, little perk up here. Originally would have liked to see that reaction earlier, but it's going to be hard for me to chase this. I want to see how we interact with this 238 level. Now we're pushing up. Now we're getting the juice here. A little bit of a squeeze. I know I got an extra hour of sleep in the morning down here in Colombia. Nice. But yeah, to answer your question, Caesar, I think the reaction that we're seeing in commodities is due to the China trade data that came out. So will we see equity sell off on that? I don't know. I think it's, again, the U.S. session today is going to be focused around all of those Fed speakers today. That's really what I think it's going to be all about. Most of the Fed speakers. Mostly the Fed speakers in the data. How exciting it would be if we have a similar day to yesterday. No, I don't want that. I don't want a day like yesterday. I want to have some nice, clean price action. I want to have 200 points of alpha somewhere. I want to have some beautiful price action. I refer more to the eventual risk-off trade. Yeah, we are above 38 now here, and I'm seeing pops in the market here. If you're looking right above my head here, book map, you can see these big sweeps of liquidity are definitely stops getting popped. These bubbles right here, those are stops that are getting popped, and they're at these areas of liquidity. If we go back to the E signal here, they're at these important areas of liquidity that are above here, right? We saw this yesterday. A lot of supply. I think Rachmani here in Discord was talking about the overhead supply, and that's what we interacted with here yesterday, was this overhead supply. Yeah, I think so tonight when I work on the stream, this is what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to switch us over from e-signal over into TradingView charts, and then that way I can share TradingView charts with you guys here. And by the way, we got 100 of you folks in here. Welcome to all of you. Make sure you're slamming that like button. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel with your notifications turned on so you can get notified anytime that we're going live here. If you appreciate what we're doing. How many likes did we get? We got 79 likes. Awesome. There we go. So that means that that we are absolutely going to be trading in the open here on YouTube. So make sure that you guys are here for the open, because we're going to be trading it. And as the stream grows, we're going to continue trading more opens. But I can't promise you that the benchmark won't move. But we might have to switch it up to 100 likes here pretty quickly based on how quickly the stream has been growing. But we'll play it by ear here. Also, we do have some exciting giveaways. We're going to have giveaways for exclusively for members in Clubhouse, but we're also going to have giveaways here for you folks on YouTube. I will be giving away. Well, do I want to spoil the surprise yet? I don't know. I don't know if I want to spoil it yet. I'll keep you guys waiting. You guys could probably guess, but there will be some giveaways, I believe, starting next week. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And it's another good reason to be a subscriber to the stream. So yeah, we're just sitting here twiddling our thumbs. We are sitting here. Oh, I told you guys yesterday. Okay, cool. The benchmark keeps moving. Started last week at 50. Did we do 50 last week? Yeah, we're going to be at 100 in a jiffy here. I mean, we were asking to get to 1,000 subs for the channel. I mean, not too long ago, and then you guys smashed right through that. We went from like 700 to 1,000 in like a week and a half, and now we're over 1,200. The benchmark this week was 1,200, and you guys crushed that. It was like 20 the first time I was here. How long have you been tuning in here, UG? Because we've been doing this for, I think we started late September is when we started doing the YouTube streams. And we've just been having such a good time. I've been really enjoying sharing my mornings with everybody. It's been a lot of fun. What am I looking for when the price reaches a level like this? What would tell you continuation versus reversal? Well, I do want to see it pop over, and then I want to see it. If I'm looking for a continuation, this is what I'm looking for. And you'll often miss a trade. Okay, so let's pull it back a little bit. Pull it back. I'm getting excited here. Pull it back, reel it in. Okay, so if we're looking for continuation over 38, what we're looking for is we want to see a pop above that level, and then you can do a couple things here. If you want to trade it with a momentum style, you can jump right in, but you have to be on your toes to trade it like that. The safer thing to do, and the higher risk reward, the higher reward to risk ratio is going to be a pop over 38, a pull back around 38, and then holding it at 38, and then running it back up. And then the moment that it's holding that 38, that's where you're going in long. Now, if you're looking at risk on this, you have to, I can't wait until we switch over to TradingView, because then I can do the risk reward on this. So what you'd be looking at here on this pull, I'm going to clear out some of these boxes here since it's getting a little messy. TradingView, it'll be a lot cleaner. So if we look at this 38 here, what we're looking for, well, now it's rejecting. So let's talk about that. We had a perk above 38, and then we had this test of 38. So if you're a short the market here, we are kind of pushing in a VWAP. You're trying to reverse on a market that's trending to the top side here. So you're going against the grain. That's the harder trade, by the way. If you're going against the trend, it's the harder trade. And for a trade like that, generally you want to be a little bit more scalpy. Because right now we're holding at the VWAP. This is interesting, actually. We are kind of holding at the VWAP here. We have made some liquidity up here at 38. We got 15 minutes here until the 14 minutes till the Redbook retail sales. So we're going against the trend if we wanted to short it here. I'm just looking here because we pushed up against the VWAP. I might actually want to take this long, looking at the other components here. But anyway, so let's just talk about this trade here. If you're looking to short this year, you're going against the trend, so the risk reward inherently is going to be a little bit lower. What you're looking for is that push up above 38 and then that retest above 38 and that rejection. So if you're looking for that short, that's what you're looking for. But the problem is that we're pushing to the VWAP here and people are buying up the VWAP right now. So it makes it a little bit more difficult. Doesn't mean that the trade wouldn't work, but it just makes for a more difficult trade. To the long side here, you had a push up over 38 and a retest over 38. So if this actually came back above 38 here and you found buyers solidifying the strength here at 38, that would be a pretty confident long, right? I'm kind of watching this around VWAP here. We do have some liquidity that's offered lower here. You can see this right above my head, right there on Bookmap. A lot of liquidity being offered. We have created an interesting, does this show up here? Yeah, there we go. We've created an interesting area so far on the session here. My session start times are set for 8:30. I probably should change it, but the session start time for my session volume profile here is set to 8:30. I like to keep the volume profile pretty clean here. So, yeah, so, we're building these two little distinct shelves of volume here. And right below 29.5, we kind of have no man's land, but we do actually have liquidity that's been conducted there. That's interesting too. My current volume profile should be showing that. But anyway, so coming down off that area, we'd be looking to sweep that liquidity low and then looking for buyers to firm up in that area that we drew here on the chart, down here in this area. If you're going against the trend, you have to be inherently more scalpy. I do use cumulative volume delta. You just can't see it there. Is it shown? No, you can't see it. Unfortunate. It's actually, where's my mouse? It's right below this area here. I use that cumulative volume delta. But anyway, so we are kind of holding at the VWAP here, but we are tucked below 238. It's a precarious situation here in the price action, right? We're kind of between areas. We're tucked below 238. We're pushed up against the VWAP. So we want to have a clear indication of what we're going to do. Usually in this tug of war battle in these types of areas, you do find sort of a little bit of a push and pull, and you kind of wait for a victor to emerge from that. And then again, if it's counter trend, you're looking to be a little bit more scalpy. If it's joining the trend, you probably want to be there for longer hold times, longer-ish hold times rather. We did tuck below the VWAP here, and we are pushing back up for a test up to 38. Yeah, I'm just not confident enough to take this long. What time does your session start at? It starts at 8:30, 8:30 market time. That's what I have it set at. And you can change this in your own Bookmap settings. Just because I use that doesn't mean that you should be using that. I actually might even want to change that there. So we are retesting this 38 level, and we are going to see if we have some resistance here. So let's check this out on the chart. We're in the 5. Let's bring it to the 1 minute. Let's get a little granular here. So we want to see if this is going to push back up above a 238 confidently. If it is, there is a potential to take a long there because the market has been incredibly resilient. Amazon is pushing up pretty hard here, but that's about it. Apple is holding strong above the VWAP. Google as well. So we are kind of pushing back up here. Very strong. I'm going to take that long. A little bit resilient here. Since we are clearing back above 38 and we are showing some strength, if we start to reject up at 45 or so and we start getting slammed up there, then I probably want to come out of that trade. But we're keeping the size small here. There's a good chance that we could double top in this area. But if we get a clear resolution, we could start auctioning up towards 57 and 60. Sorry. There you go. There's our stop. There we go. Nice push above 45 there. I do want to see this confidently into 50 here. That's where I'd like to see this thing get some legs. But there's a good chance that we could run into some sell side rejection here simply because, they could just be sweeping stops in this area and we just don't have the buyers to continue this push. So a little pullback here into the low 40s. Tesla's waking up a little bit. Amazon's strong. Microsoft showing a little bit of strength. But yeah, we have a little bit of a rejection here. We didn't quite make it into the 50s. Harsh reject down here. See if we bounce at 38 or not. I'm actually going to move my stop loss up in case this does a violent pull down. So watching 38 here for a potential add. I'll do a second lot here at 38 for this bounce. Redbook retail sales are out in about 5 minutes here. There is some liquidity up at 50, so I want to see if we start to get some buyers on the tape and we can see a little bit of aggression towards 50. All we're watching here for is if 38 is going to hold or not. Adding right here because 40 is holding. See if we get this push back into the high 40s, low 50s. Watching here on the ask, we have some folks layering into 45s. Little pause here. Looking for this confident pull into 45. Redbook retail sales are going to be out here in about 6 minutes, so we want to make sure our timing is right for this. A little bit of a pullback into that 38 area again. Point of control has moved to 38 now. Watching to see if we'll do one more add here. A little bit of weakness, but we do have a couple bids showing up right below 38. We have 5 minutes now until that data is coming out. Chunky sellers coming in. Seeing a little pullback from Microsoft. And we may get stopped out here. Watching. So a little bit of a harsh rejection back through 38 here. But seeing if we can find some ground before we tag 30. I'm at 30.25 for my stop loss here. Adding two more for this bounce back up. I want to see a reclaim of VWAP and an auction back towards our 38 level here. It might just be a little bit too heavy. See if we can get this push back above VWAP. VWAP's right now about 35.75. Nice push back up here. Very nice push, actually. Might want to run off two into the ask here as we're holding above 38. A little bit of squeeze here. Want to see continuation, however. And we're cutting it very close to that print. I'm going to try to run off 2 here into the ask. The hesitation is killing me here at 40. Taking off 2 more, leaving 1 runner. I'm going to move my stop to break even. So we caught that bounce there, but I didn't like the price action, to be honest. Not a big fan of the price action here. A little bit too choppy, a little bit too tight. We're hesitating at 40, which I don't like. I'm not seeing big indications from tech that it's going to start to push hard here. Apple's kind of slow, and we're kind of running into this print, right? So a couple things that are keeping my caution flag raised here. I want to see strength above 40. That's really what I want to see. I want to see them come in and start to buy these 40s, because then we'll start to encroach in the upper 40s and then tag that 50. That's what I'm looking for here. But look at this. We're struggling so hard. Print is out here in 2.5 minutes, or 1.5 minutes. So I might just actually go flat. I'm looking for 1 more pull up towards 45-ish. Yeah, I'm just going to go flat there. Whoops. That's not what I want to do. There we go. All right, so that puts us like this is what we're chopping around for here, by the way. $82. $82. Taking all that heat for $82, but I want to be flat before we get this print. Print is out in less than a minute now. So this is the Redbook retail sales. I don't expect a big effect on the market, but you know. What are those arrows on your chart and in your webinar videos? What is the yellow line? Is that VWAP? The arrows are the executions. If you're talking about these, those are executions. Yellow, where are we looking here? Yellow line. On here, these in Bookmap, those are the liquidity areas there. If you're seeing these, that right there is that's liquidity that's being on the bid there. The resting liquidity. JC says, great job, man. Thank you. Nice call, but got to stop out with my tight stop. D-Dog earnings this morning gave you a boost to tech cloud services up over 20%. Wow, thanks, Larry, for sharing that. UG says, nice to watch you trade so calm, manage like a pro. Thank you. Redbook retail sales waiting for this print. Sorry for the beep. Any day now. Come on, Redbook retail sales. Still have 1 runner. Nice there. Rockmani. Still in from 232.5. Very nice. Yeah, some days you're just going to have sleepier price action. And some days it's just going to be a slower morning. What am I trading? I'm trading NQ futures. You can see that right over here. NQ futures. We're trading the December contracts. If you want to trade as well, you can check out the link in the description down below. That's where you can get your own Top Step account and trade without risking your own capital. I'm working on my emotion by watching you. Yeah, you just got to be really just kind of indifferent to the trade. And whatever's going to happen is going to happen. You don't have any control over it. You just got to buckle up. You got to buckle in and just take whatever the market's going to give you. And, you know, hopefully you had a good trade plan and you're respecting your stops. I almost had my stop too tight there. I did move up my stop on that trade. I almost had a little bit too tight. So now we're seeing a lot of folks front running this 50 level as expected, but Tesla's waking up some. Amazon's waking up some. Amazon probably up because, like Larry said, D-Dog earnings up 20%, their cloud services. So that's why we're seeing Microsoft, Amazon. Microsoft, of course, has Azure. Amazon has AWS. D-Dog is Datadog. Did Cloudflare report yet? Did anybody know if Net reported yet? Cloudflare, they're also a big cloud services company. Well, now I'm wishing we didn't go flat for that print, even though, I mean, it was really nothing. It's up 3.1% year over year for the week ending in November 4th. Here's that push into 50 now that we're looking for. So it is a shame that we didn't have at least one runner on. So let's bring this, I'm going to go to the 15-minute chart over here. So we want to see this encroaching above 57.5 now. So we might just get that run up, that tremendous run up here. I'd like to see a pullback. Let's see how we interact with the 50 level here. Pull the chart down. Yeah, it's one of the things that happens when it starts to go crazy here. We get we get this big extension. The NQ chart doesn't really show us to the top side here. So there we go. Yeah, so we are up in this area of liquidity here. We have rejected, pushing up into that 55 area. Meta is waking up a little bit. Amazon as well. We're getting some continuation out of those names here. We are 2 minutes from the top of the hour here. And I do want to see if we have some flows coming in for 9 a.m. Rahmani's crushing it over here. He's long from, what was this, 232.5. Very nice. So let's see if we got 1 minute till the top of the hour. Let's see if 9 a.m. brings us any good stuff. And then we'll see if there's any volatility to trade. I might take a little short screen break. Because we do have Michael Barr starting to speak at 9:15, and then the open 15 minutes thereafter. So we want to make sure that we are locked in, did our bathroom break and everything, and got all ready to go. Maybe got our third or fourth can of Celsius. Are we all drinking our Celsius this morning? By the way, Celsius, I'm still not sponsored. If anybody has a rep over at Celsius, please send them my way. You can have them reach out to me on Twitter or Instagram. By the way, if you're not following me on Twitter and Instagram, I don't know what you're doing. Follow me there. It's @sellingribs. Hopefully we got our Celsius going. Yeah, did they announce a split? Am I mistaken about that? Didn't Celsius announce a split? I'm pretty sure they did, right? Three to one split. Yeah, about time. All right, we're pushing up here. Used vehicle index. Let's see. Down 2.3% month over month. Just listening to it live now. Waiting for the print to come across my screen. Workout with Rip should be your handle on Insta. Do I just only post workout stuff? No, I'm going to do more behind the scenes stuff. I'm going to post, the whole layout that we have here. All right, we're pulling back below 50 now. Workout with Ribs. All right, let's see. Manheim Wholesale. So I was totally off on when they were going to release this. I thought they were doing this afternoon. But the used vehicle index is at 209.4, which is negative 2.3% month over month and negative 4% year over year, which is really good for the Fed. It means what they're doing is working. Because I don't know if you guys remember, during COVID, people were paying out the rear for cars and used cars, and it was insane. People were paying the most outrageous markups. I blame crypto for that, by the way. I mean, there's people that were paying $200,000 over a sticker to get a sports car, which is, they're probably kicking themselves now. Dude says my kid turned driving age at the worst time. Oh, man. If you're enjoying what we're doing in here, folks, make sure you guys are smashing the like button. We got 120 people in here. I think this is the record number that we've had, the most numbers of viewers that we've had concurrently in here. So congratulations to all you guys. Thank you so much for the support. That's awesome. 110% crypto's fault. Those kids have no self-respect. They'll pay any price, period. Yeah, I guess when you're paying millions of dollars for a JPEG, that'll do it to you. You're like, wow, I can get something physical with this money? You're kidding me. I had no idea. I thought I could only buy JPEGs. That's wild. I mean, I could this stuff, this money, I could trade that for a car? What? And I could drive it? Wow. How do I upload the car to my OpenSea? That's the big question. How do I do that? Any tips for small accounts? Well, I would say start trading on Top Step. That's what I would do. I would not be putting your own money at risk. I would rather you try to do it on a practice account with Top Step or on a combine where you're not putting your own capital at risk. I'd never traded with Top Step when I first started a long, long time ago. I started way back, about a decade ago, and I didn't have Top Step. Even though they've been around for a decade, I just didn't know about them. And I lost a lot of my money. I paid a very healthy market tuition to learn what I know now. And I wouldn't trade that for the world, but if I could go back and change things, I would have loved to have not had my own capital at risk. There's a link in the description right down below for Top Step. But that is what I would recommend. If you have a small account, I would say don't even bother trading it. Trade on something like Top Step where you're not putting your own capital at risk. You're going to learn risk management. You're going to learn how to trade, and you're not going to be putting, an account you can get for as cheap as $49. And I think if you're a first time buyer, it ends up being like $38. And for that, if you pass that, they fund an account for you. You can take withdrawals from. That is what I do, because you're not going to, to trade the NQ, you need to have, I think the maintenance margin is like $500 per contract. Correct me if I'm wrong. AMP has lower margins, but on something like NinjaTrader, if you're trading through NinjaTrader, I think it's $500 for the daily margin requirement. And so if you take a position, and let's just say you have $1,000 in your account, you take a position with one NQ, and you take $600 worth of heat of that, your balance goes to $400. They'll instantly liquidate your position. It's $1,000 for NQ now. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. It used to be $500. Oh my gosh. AMP used to be like $250 for those things. Wow. It's $1,000 now. Geez, so how long I've been trading. Like I'm telling you guys, it used to be like $500, $200 on AMP. It was like crazy. Yeah, AMP was like, I'm telling you, like back when I was trading on AMP, it was like $200. Is it $300? Okay. All right. So that makes sense. I swear NQ was like $200 a contract for maintenance for, what do they call it? Intraday margin requirement. Man. Big Prince says, yeah, they definitely change it, but wow. So there you go. So let's just say this is why you don't want to be trading your own money, especially if you're starting out, right? If you're starting out and you're using your own money, let's just say you fund a TradingView, a NinjaTrader account. If you fund a NinjaTrader account and you want to trade one NQ, let's just say you put in $1,000. You can't trade it. You put on a position, they'll margin you out. They'll call you. So let's just say you put in $1,500. You put in $1,500. You put on one NQ. You instantly take $520 worth of heat. Well, they close your position, and now you're sitting there with $980 in your account and wondering what happened. And on Top Step, they give you the ability to, if you're trading the highest XFA, then you can trade 15 contracts, which you'd have to have a margin requirement. You'd have to have $15,000 in your account, which you don't. And, you can get these accounts for $149. It's a great deal. AMP E-mini NASDAQ maintenance is $16,800. Day trading is $400. Yeah, it used to be $200. I don't know why it used to be so much cheaper. And I'm thinking, the price wasn't that much lower, like 11,000, 10,000 NQ when I was trading it. Like, yeah, 10,000, 9,000, somewhere in that range. But the margin requirements were much lower back then. So another good reason for why you want to be trading on Top Step. We got 9 minutes now until Mr. Is it Barr? Yeah, Michael Barr is taking the stage. Let me post that so we can kind of watch the stream here together. There you go. Do you have max daily loss and max daily profit? Yeah, on my XFA accounts that I trade in here, the maximum daily loss limit I have on those accounts is $3,000. And I don't have a maximum daily profit. I can make as much profit as I want. In fact, there is somebody who made on Top Step in one single day. I think he made like 60 something thousand on one single position, 15 lots. My mistake is day trading for NASDAQ is 1,000. I misread the 400 day trading for ES. Yeah. 1,000, yeah. And on AMP, it's much cheaper. Here, let me link that to you, Rockmoney, if you guys want to watch my my interview on Top Step. I'll link it also in YouTube as well. And this has the time code already synced up. It's only it's still $1,000 an amp. Wow, they jacked up their prices. Holy smokes. I was trying to understand the breakdown of fees associated with each trade. It seems like a lot of fees comes out of my profit. What is the fee breakdown if profit at 1,000? It's not based on your profit. It's based on the amount of contracts that you're trading. One round trip on Top Step is, what is it? $4.98. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody. $4.98 for NQ and ES, and then $1.40 something for a round trip on one contract. So if you're round tripping one contract, you're going to pay about $5 there, Kenneth. If you're doing 10 contracts, it'd be $50. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's accurate. We are up, by the way, a whopping $82 today, folks. And that is with fees. Because we went a little bit heavy into one of our positions there. But yeah, it's not based on how much you profit. It's based on how many contracts you're trading. Hopefully that answers your question there, Kenneth. So it's the number of contracts that you're trading. And so if you're scalping a lot, it's going to be wild. You're going to pay a lot of fees. Top Step said on their X platform, 0 fees. It's actually a half price of what you're going to pay on something like Ninja Trader. So a round trip ends up being $2, $2.75 or something like that. Nice. Mitch is up $157. Ninja's $11 for a round trip. Are you serious? Is that for real? Is that serious? $11 for NQ round trip? There's no way. That's insane. Is that for real? $560 per trade? No, that's got to be round trip. $60K in a single day. Dang, how much guts do you need to keep it running? I mean, if the position's working in your favor, it's going to be insane. Oh, let me go ahead and post the morning memo. I forgot. Nobody reminded me. I think I just got a message about that here. Here's the morning memo here for you folks. $4.10 for a round trip, also depending on volume 2 with AMP. NQ round trip is $4.26. So yeah, it's around the same here. All right, so we have Michael Barr who's going to be speaking here in about 5 minutes here. 5 minutes. So if you buy one contract and then sell it, that counts as 2 contracts. As far as fees, is that a round trip? That's just one contract round trip. All right, Kat, asking in Discord here. That is just one round trip. So you're going to be paying $4 and some odd cents. Let's see. Let me get you the exact. Where is my commissions? There we go. Oh, is it $229? So you're going to be paying $4.58. $4.58 for a round trip on Top Step if you're trading ES or NQ. $60K with 10 cons on NQ is not that much, to be honest, because 10 cons, that runs, let's say 50 ticks, it's already 2,500. Yeah, it was on 15 contracts that the guy did. It was 15 contracts, and it was like $60K, that's 200 points, right? Isn't that right? Am I going crazy? Yeah, that's 200 points on 15 contracts is $60K. Yeah, we might be going high today. I really want to see the first piece of news that we're going to have is the economic optimism. That's out at 10. But we have 2 Fed speakers before then. We have Jeffrey Schmidt, who's a non-voter, but then we have Michael Barr, who's starting here in about 3 minutes. So I'm going to be listening to that speech here. I actually open that up here. I'm going to have that stream up in another window over here. In the future, we're going to have it so that the live stream will include that as well. So how does it work for you now, your account with Top Step? In what way? What are you asking? You trade it, you take withdrawals. It's like any other account. Because I'm funded. I've been funded for quite some time now. So I have 3 funded accounts with them, which is the maximum that you can trade. I originally was trading them all together, but that for me was kind of like, I don't know. It was just a different mental game for me. And for some reason, I just have better success trading them separately. So I just kind of trade one account at a time now. Like on Friday's stream, if you go back and watch Friday's stream, I traded 3 of those accounts and ended up making like $5,000 on that or something like that. But yeah, it's just like trading your own money. You trade. The way that it works for withdrawals, as long as you have 5 days, they don't have to be in succession, just 5 any trading days, 5 of them, where you make $200 or more. That counts towards getting a payout. If you have 5 of those days, at any time, you can request a payout from your account. That's it. Which again, this is one of those things where it's like, if that rule to you is kind of staving you away from joining on Top Step, then you're probably not going to make it in trading. Because if you have a problem with growing your account in order to get a withdrawal, it doesn't really make any sense. You know, when I can start withdrawing from Apex, I'm up 85 on my PA account. Apex rules are not as favorable as Top Step. I am, yeah. So Apex, you have to get your account, I believe, is it a 50K account that you're trading there, BJ? Do you lose that XFA after the withdrawal? No, you don't. You do not. If you clear it out, if you 100% zero out your account and take all of your profits, then you absolutely will lose it. I think with the 25K, you have to get, somebody has to correct me on this one. I think you have to make $1,600 in profit. Okay, so it's $1,100 in profit. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Oh, okay, so we are perking up here. What was that squawk that just came across the board here? Holy smokes. What is causing the surge right now? This is insane. Hello? What? I don't even know what just caused that right now, but we came right up to our level of 68 and a quarter. Look at that. Wow. Hello? Market? What? What the heck was that? I'm looking across the board in tech. Does anybody see what the heck that was? I mean, that just looks like it was in the indices only. None of the components are rallying off that. What did I miss here? Look, I have to adjust my chart again. That's how high we're going. It's getting crazy out here. I wish we had on our original long. Wish we had that on still. I mean, I have the bar stream open. I don't know what the heck's going on here. Yeah, I got the open, the webcast at the Fannie Mae Web YouTube channel. And this guy's just yapping about nothing here. Is it WeWork files for bankruptcy? Is that what it was? There's no way that made the NQ spike like that. There's no way. SPY is also spiking here. Meta a little perk up. I'm not hearing anything from Bar here. I'm just seeing the DC FinTech Week. Does anybody have a stream to Bar? Because I thought that this was supposed to be at the DC FinTech Week stream here. I'm totally blowing it here. I thought he's supposed to be speaking at this fireside chat at DC FinTech Week, and for some reason they're not streaming it right now. Rockstar Rockmani has a long. That's right. Nice work there, Rockmani. All right, can we get over to Michael Barr at some point here? We're still just showing these like keynote speakers here. No, this stream sucks. It doesn't give us anything from Michael Barr. If anybody has a stream for Michael Barr, please let me know, because that would be extremely helpful. Nice. Sean made 80 bucks on his micros. Well done. Yeah, this thing is getting kind of squeezy up here. We are pushing up to 68 and a quarter. Part of me does want to kind of take this long here. Headline from CNBC, the economy has shown surprising resilience. That's what I heard from the squawk. It was something like that, but then I just didn't react quickly enough. I'm sitting here waiting, watching this stupid stream, and was thinking that on that stream we'd get the accurate data, but nope. All right, let's see here. Getting squeezy. Let's see if we can retake this trend line that we've been watching here. This is the trend line that we're watching. So I want to see if we can hold strong over 68 and a quarter here. We do have room up to the 80s. Tech is perking up here. Would have been nice to have our original trade on still. So looking here for a pullback. Yeah, it's still, wow, look at this squeeze here. Still getting very squeezy and popping a whole mess of stops here. We are back above that trend line. I'm going to go long here. It's getting squeezy. I want to see if we have this pull up to the 80s here. Yeah, it's going fast here. Wow. We perked right above the 80s. Big stops being popped here. I'm going to actually add into that for this squeeze up to the 90s potentially. We have to be wary about potentially getting dumped on as well. Pull back to the 80s. Apple is ripping to the top side here. We do have room up to 97, actually, believe it or not. Wow, this is moving so fast. Got to move that down a little bit. All right, we're going to go 5 lots here and try to run this up to the 90s. If we reject 80 here, I will close the position. Because we squeezed right above that 80 level there. Pushing back up into the 80s. Holding 75 for now. I want to see if we actually push back up into the 80s or not. If not, we can retry this down at 68 or so. Move my stop here to 67. See if we can reclaim the 80s. Big seller there up at 78. I want to see if we sweep them. Yeah, nice push there. Big liquidity grab here to the top side. Watching for this pushback up over 80 and our approach to 97. See this squeeze into 85. Last thing I want to see is a stalling rate at that approach to the 80s, 85. And we got about 8 minutes here until the market opens as well. And this thing could just dump off the open, so I might want to be flat for that. I was just hoping that we get that push and pull right above the 80s there. Meta super strong, Amazon topping out just a little bit here. Some sellers stepping in. Volume has subsided a little bit, but the closer we get to the open, the more likely it is that we'll have liquidity coming back in. I just want to see this pull right back above the 80s here. Still holding above 75 for now. Liquidity up at 80. See if we swipe for it. Very low volume, but I think that we can have a nice little pull right up to the 80 level right now. Watching here. Resistance up at 79. I'm going to go take off 3 lots there. We are kind of struggling to break up back over 80 here. And we are getting close to the market open, so I just want to be conscious of that that area in the market as we might be opening and then snap lower as we open. So let's see if we get a pull back up to the 80s. I would add back. If we get that push back up. So we have about 5 minutes here until the market opens. And we'll probably get stopped out here. But if we did firm up before 68.25, I'd be interested in actually adding back here for a bounce. But it looks like we're just going to pull down right into our stop here. 68.25 is our level here, where we'd likely see a bounce, but we're likely going to just fade right before the market opens, and then we'll have that liquidity draw right into the open here. So that was a nice push to the top side, but we missed the meat of the move, and we kind of chased it a little bit too high there, looking for that pull into 97. And unfortunately, the market kind of ran out of steam. Obviously, market is going to be opening here, so you do have generally a pullback in liquidity that's going to happen right before the market opens. I'm seeing if we're going to firm up here at the 70s or not. If we are, then I would add back into the position. Looking to take this back higher, but happen to be stopped out just the same here at 67. Little pullback here in Microsoft as well. Do have less than 4 minutes now until the market opens here. Yeah, we did. We filled the entire imbalance, and this is where we could actually retrace right back up. So that's where I'm watching to see if I'm going to take this long and add 2 lots here, or get stopped out right below our level of 68.25. I would like to be flat going into the open, but it's a good chance that we could get a quick snap up here to the top side. So once you get funded on Top Step, you can start withdrawing from when you make your first profit. Yeah, after you make 5 days of $200 or more. Let's see, we are pushing back above the 70s here. It's just so dicey with how close we are to the open. That's the only thing that's kind of weighing on me here. We are so close to the open. So I want to be kind of, I don't want to take on too much size in the open in case we just get a big sweeping move. YOLO. Yeah, I'm just going to cover right there. So taking a loss on that one. We got 2.5 minutes here until the market opens. Whoopsie. Pressed the wrong button there. All righty. If you guys are enjoying what we're doing here, and you guys did hit that milestone for us to hit enough likes here to take this off into the open here. So let's see if the open gives us any great opportunities. Was definitely late to that squeeze there. I should have grabbed that on the pullback to around 260. But we are holding this 270 area right now. I do like this long here. So we'll see if we can snag this off the open. We have 1 minute until the market opens now. 1 minute. Good luck, everybody. Hopefully we have a fantastic Tuesday together. Let's try our best and see if the market gives us any good volatility to trade here off the open. Good luck to you all. Got about 30 seconds here. Latency is very good. In fact, you might be in the future. Yeah, that would be great. I wish. That would be amazing. Be a heck of a lot easier, I'll tell you what. All right, here we go. 10 seconds here, folks. 10 seconds. I'm going to go long here because we are perking up a little bit. A little slow on my fills here, unfortunately. I don't know why I did that. Very, very slow on my fills. That was weird. Just looking across the board here, tech looks pretty strong, but I want to see this encroach into that 97 area that we were watching earlier. Yeah, very volatile though. Let's see if 68 holds up here. Big pullback from Apple. Very whippy price action. NVIDIA looking very strong here. Big offers going up here on NQ, however. Can 68 hold this heat? NVIDIA, a little bit of a pullback here. A lot of players up on the ask in the NQ. Seeing if they're going to swipe that liquidity here to the top side. Yeah, Microsoft is getting hammered. It's right at the VWAP right now. And stopped out there. So stopped out on that trade. Let's see if we get set up for a second trade here. A lot of heat, a lot of heaviness there. We were above that trend line, and that's why I was holding that long there. I thought we would have got that pull up to 97, but unfortunately we did not get there. So looking here on this pullback, seeing if there's another setup for us. I want to see if we can actually bounce this here. So let's see here. Watching here at the 38 level. 238 is the level I'm going to be watching to see if we solidify any strength there. Microsoft, big sweep to the downside here. SPY's right now at the VWAP. Amazon is pushing up. We didn't go down to 238 yet here. Never trade the first 5 minutes. Yeah, it's the most volatile action. It can be very rewarding at times, but it can also be extremely punishing. Nice work there. Discount up $1,140. So I want to see if this thing pushes down back to our 238 level here. And if we have any kind of buyers stepping up at that 238 level. We are still below the trend. It is still a little bit weak. SPY is incredibly weak here. Google rolling over. We do have a little bit of a rollover here in tech. Micros on the open is less stressful. Yeah, I was looking for that big push into 297, then potentially encroaching at that 300 level. But we are seeing some heaviness here. We're right at our level of 238. I want to see if we garner some strength here or not. Yeah, NVIDIA is nuts. We had a big pull in NVIDIA, and that's what it was kind of guiding me to hold that to the top side there. I'm actually going to take this short now, looking for this fail below 238. And we'll move our stop a little bit higher here. So I want to see if this actually breaks below 238 or not. And if it does, and we see weakness continuing in the SPY and tech, can add into that position as well. There is an area at 210 that I do want to see if we can entertain that liquidity there to the downside. So a little bit of a perk back up. I want to see if we have weakness again towards 238. Watching here to see if we have that heaviness. Adding into that there. Adding again. Looking for this sweep below now down to 210. So weakness below 238 there, but I want to see continued weakness. fighting a little bit at 225. I think that we can get down to 216 or so. Apple's super resilient, but that's pretty much it out of tech right now. So if Apple does turn around here and start giving up this 179.5, we will see some tremendous downside pressure here in the NQ. So NVIDIA, a little bit of a bounce here at the VWAP. SPY is at 434 3/4, bouncing a little bit. Google's still weak. Microsoft's still tremendously weak, so I'm going to continue to hold this position here. I want to see these 30s get sold through here. A little bit of resilience. $38 rejecting again here. Apple just crazy strong. Insanely strong. So if Apple starts to roll over, I think the market will get insanely weak. NQ looking for new lows here. Little bounce from Meta as well. Microsoft's fighting at the EMAs. Amazon's still a little bit of a push here. I want to see us back below 238. I don't want to see us holding above 238 here. So looking for Apple to get a little bit weak. Tesla's showing some weakness here. Amazon's starting to show a little bit of weakness. Apple looking for that 180 area, but we can get a harsh rejection there at 180. Whole number rejection here. Psychological level. Big pump up there. Not what I want to see. And we might get stopped out there. So stopped out on that one. Unfortunate. We were just on the wrong side of it there. So getting stopped out on that trade there, and now incredible weakness showing up. I really thought that we would get that flush. It's below 238 there. So back-to-back losing trades there. We had the right idea, but we just didn't get the full resolution that I was looking for on that trade, unfortunately. So that's what the e-signal looks like. You can see here that we are weak below that line, but we are kind of skittering between 238 and 268 here. So I'm going to be looking for another setup here. see if there's a potential trade. We are holding that 238 again. And Apple is incredibly strong. Meta has reversed, Microsoft reversed, Google as well. We are at the upper end of this volume shelf here, so I'm potentially looking at taking a long if we do break above this, because we can have a liquidity sweep back above 268 and a quarter. So I'm watching here. I'm going to add right here, take a long, looking for this to clear above 68 now. We're seeing some resilience out of tech. SPY's tussling with the VWAP here. Adding again. We're pushing up against this volume shelf here. So I want to see Apple now over 180. We have tech is kind of ripping here. So I want to see continuation out of Apple. Amazon's off to the races. SPY's back above VWAP here. So we could do a run to the highs back to that 297 level that I was talking about earlier. That's what I'd be looking for on this trade specifically. $68 and a quarter. That's our big level that we're going to be flirting with here to the top side. Big players showing up on the ask, but I think that there is a chance that we could push through those. A little bit of weakness showing up on tech, so I want to be wary of that. A lot of overhead supply here at this area. If it is remaining weak at this area, I might have to close a little bit of the position. Watching for this battle at 60 now. Yeah, I'm going to cover 5 there. It's looking too weak. I'm going to go flat. Looking tremendously weak there. We didn't get that again. We're pushing right above. We're really chopping around in this range right here. Yeah, very, very choppy here. So we're really just kind of chopping around. Let me drop it at the 1 minute here. We are just chopping around in our range right here. This is the area. We're looking for a breakdown of that area and a break out of that area. So on both ends of the spectrum, we're just getting kind of chopped apart there. So being a breakdown and breakout trader, that's kind of the levels that I'm watching for these types of trades. So unfortunately, just being on the wrong side of both these, multiple trades here. So let's see if we can find a long here. I'm watching here. Now tech is rolling over. I'm just going to take a little breather here, actually. Very, very choppy. So I want to wait until we actually get some meaningful strength showing up. We have SPY is incredibly choppy. We have Meta is just chopping back and down here. Apple's kind of bouncing. Tesla showing some resilience, some strength. BJ's done for the night here. See you tomorrow, BJ. So yeah, incredibly choppy action here. Total chop city. I thought we'd have some nice resolution there to the downside. Both ways. We thought we'd have it to the upside, to the downside, just all over the place, chasing our tail here. Uh, 68 and 38 levels, they are Clubhouse levels that we've had in here for a while. They've been really strong. A lot of liquidity pulls at those areas. Started the day with $635. Nice work there, trend friend. Yeah, we absolutely could have closed our short there when we were up about $2,000 on that short, but we were trying to get that pull down below 238. So the next person that's up to speak here is Jeffrey Schmidt. He's going to be speaking here in about 2 minutes. So listening out for that for some volatility. And then we have Chris Waller at 10 a.m. Don't forget about Chris Waller. Going back to the chart here, we are just chopping in between the zone for now. Sitting on hands for today, waiting for Top Step to send me my XFA so I can trade it. Very nice. Congratulations on that. In the moment, I forgot the wisdom from earlier. Be scalping when shorting an uptrending market. Yeah, I thought we would have got that nice rollover there, but unfortunately, we did not get that. Tesla is selling off pretty hard here. SPY back below the VWAP. So Schmid just came out and he said, I'm not going to comment on monetary policy. So we're not going to have any kind of volatility events from Schmid. So the next one up is going to be Waller at 10 a.m. Mr. Chris Waller. Hit and run days, singles and doubles, forget going for the fences. Yeah, this is definitely one of those choppier days here. There's that push above 68 that we were looking for originally. Unfortunately, we got stopped out before we got there. So nice push up above 68 here. We might get that pull all the way up through 97 now. A lot of stops being popped. I'm waiting for a pullback. Yeah, I do watch the VIX. Yeah, VIX is important. It's definitely a very important thing to be watching here. Wow, SPY is super strong here. Yeah, we were just off on our timing here. We absolutely had the right idea for that burst above 68 here. We were just completely off on our timing. So I'm going to take 2 lots long here. Looking for this to hold above 68 and a quarter now. Actually going to move my stop up pretty tight. Not that tight. 65 and a quarter is fine. Market pulling back a little bit here. Pull back down to our level of 68. I would like to see this trend up above and tag that 97 level. That's what I'd be looking for here. I'm adding a second lot, looking for this burst above into the 80s. Our second clip, I should say. Meta super strong. Apple pushing back up 179.75. There we go. Pushing back up into the 80s here. See if we can sustain this strength. Met a little bit of a pullback. SPY is a little bit pausing here. It's having trouble holding on to a direction here. We have these bursts of momentum followed by big pullbacks. So I'm just trying to gauge my sizing into this appropriately. Tesla is pushing up here. SPY is waking up some more. Microsoft sort of shuffling around here. Meta needs to get up and over 318 for us to have a shot at this. Apple pushing back up for another test right around that 180 level. Still looking a little bit weak here. We need to see this push up above the 80s for us to have a chance. Apple's trying for 180 again. Big push into the 80s, but we have some sellers there. Let's see if we can fight through these sellers. There we go. Nice push up. All right, looking for this 90 encroachment now. Big sellers into 85. Big sellers into 85. Definitely a little bit concerning. I'm adding two more. Nice push up. Big sweep of liquidity above 90. I want to see if this holds now. I'm watching this 85 area. Adding full size. I'm going to try to take off 5 contracts into that push. 5 out. We're pushing right up to our 97 area here. Taking off 3 more. Just have to be a little bit cautious around this 90 level. I'm actually going to move my stop to break even here. This 97 level is very, very high chance of this rejecting up here. All right, through 97, above 300. And that is the squeeze that I wanted to see earlier. Just timing was a little bit off. We have a big bidder there at 300. So let's see if we can hold that strong here. So above this 97 and a quarter level, we have a straight shot to 335. So it's going to be very difficult for us to not fail this area here, in my opinion. We'll probably have a big pullback around this area. $300 testing here again. Got to pull that down. There we go. And we have 2 minutes here until Michael Barr starts speaking. Seeing if we're going to hold these 300s. Apple giving it up. It came up to 180 and a half, but now it's giving it up. So I'm going to cover one right there. Leave my stop for the rest. And if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. So a little bit of a recovery there on that trade, but we're still sitting down here on the day. So nice little recovery on that trade. Ended up taking 10 lots into that push. I want to see if we can actually hold back over 300 here. It's just that we don't have, if we really need to see, what I want to see personally is I want to see SPY back above 436. I want to see NVIDIA above 456. And I want to see Apple holding above 180 and a half. So we're 20 seconds away from the top of the hour here. We should have some liquidity injected into the markets. If you're enjoying the stream here, by the way, make sure you're dropping a thumbs up on the video and you're hitting that subscribe button. Top of the hour is here. Squeezing right now above 300. Okay, Feds Waller said he's not going to comment on monetary policy. Look at this. We are ripping higher here. Wow. Look at this. We might get that straight shot to 335 here. So I'm just watching for that. I'm going to add into that actually right there. Adding again. Beautiful push. Beautiful, beautiful push. All right, stopped out there. So we had two accounts where we ended up getting smacked on, and the one account where we made a profit on here. So nice little recovery out of that one. But two of our accounts we ended up getting spanked on. We got cracked on that open there. Look at the chart now. Look at how gorgeous that chart looks. All we had to do was buy under those 238s. That's all we had to be doing. And it's crazy too, because we had that long for that approach above 68 and a quarter, looking for exactly this, but we bought right there on that approach. And then we had that pullback right here that just totally smoked us. So is what it is. That's trading, folks. How we all doing out there? If we're enjoying it, like I said, drop a thumbs up on the video. Let's see how many thumbs up we got. We get over 100. 107. Wow, you guys are amazing. Yeah, I had two awful trades, but then the rest of them were pretty decent here. This squeeze is incredible. Destroyed in two accounts, 130 another. Yeah, join the club here, Austin. Yeah. Was down 1,000, made it back to down 412. Nice work, nice recovery. Yeah, we got we got smoked on those first two trades. Absolutely destroyed. And the more that I'm trading the open here with you folks, the better it is. I'm just so used to trading. I've been trading SPY contracts opens with the Clubhouse squad for the last, I don't know, year or so. So it's been an interesting transition from going from the SPY opens into the NQ opens. But the more we do it, the better we're going to be able to judge our size here. I like the idea of having 3 accounts but not linking them. I think that messed me up mentally in the past personally. Yeah, I like it too. Gives you more opportunities. Looking for 4,400 to the top side here. Let's see. Yeah, that's doable. 14 points away. Yeah, there goes Apple back up to 180.5. Very, very strong here. Yeah, what a fake out that was, though. They totally got me for that tuck below 238. If I would have just covered that thing in the profit, we would have been sitting in a completely different ball game here. Covered that one. I think we were up about $2,000 on the profit on that one. I just felt that we were still heading downwards, and I mean, we had a complete reversal in SPY. I mean, if we're looking here, let me just pull this up, SPY chart. I mean, look at this reversal that we had in SPY. We were shorting it on this break right here, right around right there. We shorted that, and then it came back above, and it came back down. That's where I was confident in holding that short, and it just had a complete fake out there. So total fake out, total fake out, total fake out, total shakeout. And yeah, by the way, there's those free, like dude says, I went heavy earlier because of the free top step reset expiring tomorrow. I'll be using it. Yeah, be careful out there. These are wild markets, folks. These are wild, wild markets. YOLO. 234 was the yearly value added high. Wow. Was it? Goodness me. That's crazy. Yeah, that 238, I'm telling you, we tucked below it. I was very confident we were up about $2,000 in the position. What was the reset code? They gave it out on Friday, so you had to enter in your email. I think we were at the top of the order block from Wednesday, 10:17 around noon. Might be mitigated now. Let's see. If we get above these sellers, we're going to go to 4,400. Yeah, there's a lot of topside liquidity there on the NQ. It's all the way up to 320 right now. Like I said, our next level here on the NQ is all the way up here at 335, right? We stalled out at 320. A lot of liquidity up there at 320. That's when we were covering our position on our second trade up there to the top side. Oh, yesterday, not yearly. I thought you were talking about the yearly chart. Well, for the full year, maybe like the daily or something. Yesterday's value added high. Gotcha. That makes a lot more sense. So we're back down at 297.25. I want to see if we actually firm up here at 300. This market's so wild and volatile right now. I mean, I expected a volatile session, but not like this. This is crazy. This is nuts. I mean, that was a beautiful move there from below 230 all the way up to 320. That was a gorgeous move. We were just the wrong timing on that one. Like I said, this is the timing where we were trying to take that thing long for the break of 68.25 right there. And then we just had this tremendous pullback here to the downside that ended up stopping us out. And then, of course, now it went. So we did have a recovery, though, in that same account where we got stopped out. So back in the green on one account, still red in two accounts right now. Is that an order block? No inefficiency on that one, unfortunately. And there's no break of structure. It didn't create a break of structure, at least from what I'm seeing. Looking across the board here, seeing if potentially we can find a short. I hate shorting into strength like this, but it is something potentially we could take. You know, maybe I could trade it on a combine. Why not? Just trade it on a combine. Let's see here. Let me switch over to a combine. See if we get a setup that we could trade on one of our combines here. We have tucked below 297 and a quarter. Let's take this short and let's risk to just above 297. So we'll take that 298 and a half. Oh, we got to show that there. There we go. There we have it. Our order block on the NQ. Yeah, there you go. That's valid. Well, that third candle kind of cleans up the inefficiency. So not valid, unfortunately. All right, we're up in our trade here. 2 lots short. See if we can get this thing to bleed all the way down to that 268 and a quarter here. We might have some resistance here at 285. We got a pivot at 275. If we're weak here, yeah, I'm going to add into that actually. We are showing some weakness here. 4 lots short now. See if we can take this thing down to the VWAP, which is perfectly coincided with our level at 268 and a quarter. It is fighting here. Looking at the other components here of the NQ. Big buyers are stepping up. There's a lot of folks that are covering here. So I think that we will eventually bounce when we get back down to 268 and a quarter. Just if we can get there with the quickness, that would be lovely. Watching for any kind of perk backup that I could add into as well. Adding a 5th lot here for this break of 80. There's that break of 80. Very nice. There we go. Beautiful. 75. There's a big buyer there. Yeah, big buyer at 75. I might have to cover into this. Oops, my order quantity was wrong there. Covering 2 into the bid. Another 2 right there. Leaving our final runner. So right down to 268 and a quarter. See if they front run this area here. Stopped out. So another $700, $800 trade there. Are you ICT? Yeah, it's me. That's you got me. Oh man, yeah, it's me. You got me. P&L, we're sitting down $4,500 right now. So we had 2 terribly monstrosity, awful trades that spanked us around, but some nice bounce back. We were down about, I don't know, $8,000, $9,000 at our lowest point, but about a $4,500 recovery since then. So just kind of bouncing here. We came back up at that 268 level. We were front running it. There's a player there at 270, front running that 270. So not the cleanest price action. Got to be a little bit more scalping the stuff, especially on a short like that when we're going against the trend. You have to anticipate that there's going to be certain levels where they're going to be intercepting that and front running that. Wow, look at this liquidity right now. Wow, it's going hog wild here. Is there not a daily loss limit on these accounts? There is. There absolutely is. On the 150K accounts, there are $3,000 daily loss limits. And that's why I'm spreading out my risk. Like I said earlier. not trading them all simultaneously. So perking back up to that 297 and a quarter. This is wild. I guess every single time instead of closing a trade, we should just be reversing. It's one of those days where it's just like, man, you look at this market right now. I mean, this is insane. Look at the chart here. This is wild. So testing again, this 297. It's not clean, that's for sure. There's a lot of, so what you generally see in this type of market movement here, it's generally because you have a lot of folks that are disagreeing on the price. And when you get these violent pushes and pulls in the market, it makes it awfully difficult to try to trade this stuff. And so when we were holding out for that bigger trade, for that big flush below 238, my original target below 238 was down there at this order block. Order flow zone, I guess you could call it. So my target was 216. And on that trade, we probably would have made back, I mean, we were up 2,000. So it would have been like a $5,000 or $6,000 trade. And so that was my target for that to pull 5 or 6 out of the market. Ended up taking a loss on that trade for like $2,000. So risking 2,000 to make 5 or 6,000, it's almost, I mean, it's 3 to 1. So I was happy to take that trade. So we came up to 297 and a quarter here, and we are now pushing back below it. Bulls and Bears doing a slow dance together. Yeah, exactly. You got to be on your toes on a day like today. Head on a swivel for sure. Definitely one of those days. Yeah, I really thought that we could have got that breakdown into that area, that 60. I'm just looking back at it now. Really thought that we'd be able to get that breakdown into that area. That was what made the most sense. Especially with the way that the price action was trading. We had, I mean, Apple was really holding things together, and it got the rest of the market to turn. Everybody's running into Apple there. All right, so we're at 297 and a quarter here. See if we can get above this area and push back up. Look at the 50-minute. Sure, let's check it out here. Do we have a Darth Maul candle? Oh my! Look at that. Oh, Smooth pointed this out. We got the Darth Maul, classic Darth Maul candle right here. Wow. Yeah, not easy to trade these types of channels here. Not easy at all. Go back to what were we watching here? The 5-minute. Yeah, I think we were at the 1 minute actually. Yeah, 297 a quarter. What are those levels? It's indicator. It's Market Clubhouse levels. Share them every single day here in Market Clubhouse. So let's see here. The next volatility event, because Chris Waller is not going to be commenting on the economy. Next volatility event is going to be the household debt out at 11. Wait, I am hearing some squawks now about Waller. He is saying some things here. Elon Musk is working on a vision chip for Neuralink. That's the latest hitting the wires here. I'm just looking across the board here, seeing if there's going to be any kind of setup that I want to take here in the next 20, 30 minutes or so. If not, then I probably will take my first break, but I'm just seeing if we have anything that's worth setting up here. We are pushing back up to that 297 level. Volume is subsiding a little bit, not too much, but just a touch here. Do I have a favorite squawk source? I like having the abundance of squawks so that way I don't miss anything, but they all change. Some are quicker than others. Waller is commenting on the economy here. He's saying some hawkish things, some dovish things. Labor supply appears to be normalizing back to pre-COVID levels. That's what he just came back with. I'm going to long that there. Break at 297. See if we can get up and over 300 here. When's Elon supposed to release his AI news? Thought it was today or this week. That could be it. The vision chip, that could be it. Oh, he is. He's working on that Grok platform, right? Oh, look at that. I'm over 53K in a practice account. Oh, it's all right. Tough markets this morning, so that's perfectly fine. Practice accounts are good for practice. That's why that's why we have them. Yeah, Tesla's rolling over there on that news, surprisingly. I'm taking two more here. Approach to 300. Up and over 300 here. Nice little squeeze. Can we hold the squeeze? Adding into that. Little toppy here at 305. Covering a couple more there. Up above 305 now. Getting a little squeezy. Filled the last, filled one more, got one more running. Might get stopped out here. Dath went from up 3K to minus 16,000 back to break even. Nice work there, Dath. That's not easy to do. Yeah, now we're really squeezing here. I'm actually going to move my stop up because that looks like we're topping out there at that 315. Yep, stopped out there. So a little bit more. Back there now, only down $3,700. So from down over 9,000 to down $3,700. Nice little recovery here, but still red. There's that pullback. That's why we trade with stops. This is crazy violence in this market today. This is insane. This is just some wild violence in this market here. If you're enjoying the violence, however, make sure you are hitting that thumbs up button and make sure you are subscribed to the stream here so we can continue having a lot of fun here in the mornings and trading this stuff. 320 next level. Yeah, 320 is that next resistance. Yeah, exactly. It's funny that somebody was front running the pants off of 315 there. I mean, this is a tricky market to be trading. This violence is better than yesterday. It is. I just got caught on the wrong side of it, unfortunately, for two of the larger trades that I took. So we're coming up on the bottom of the hour. See if we have any more trades to take for the bottom of the hour here. Just getting kind of scalpy, and it is very tough when you have a little bit of the lack of direction here. Obviously, best move of the day was longing from that 225 area. Of course, we were pretty deep into a short at that time, so unfortunately didn't take our short off and flip long there. I was confident we would tag that 16 level. Could have ran my stops a little bit tighter. Definitely going to review the game film and see what I can improve for next time. It's a great thing about streaming here on YouTube is that I get to go back and watch the game film and journal a lot more effectively. It's very helpful. If you're not screen recording your own trades, I highly recommend it. You can do it for free with OBS. OBSproject.com. That's a great way to have your game film hot and ready to go at any moment's notice. We're still holding above the 300s here. OBS for trading? No, OBS for screen recording. You screen record, and then you can review your game film after the day is done and go back and watch your own executions. It's really great to watch it in motion versus just having, like a trade review journal, like, all those softwares that are out there that show your executions plotted on a chart. It's sometimes really nice to be able to see that in real time. Yeah, we're pushing back up here. We would clear out pretty hard here at 320. I don't have a position on, but I think we'd clear out pretty hard. We'd snap right above this 320 here. Apple's pushing up to that 180. I look at somebody wants to sell off a big clip there, but man, tech is looking very strong and resilient here. It'll be like listening to my own voice. Painful at first. Yeah, I think we get a nice burst of volume here up through 320. Let's see if that is the case. Right now, topping resistance at that area. Got about 5 minutes now until the bottom of the hour. Max contract is for Top Step is 15. How many times a day can you trade? So max contracts is per position. So the largest position that you can have on at any one time for the 150K account is 15 contracts. It's not the total amount of contracts that you can trade in a day. You can trade as much as you want. But the maximum size that you can hold is 15 contracts concurrently. My worst habit is overtrading. Have to stop. Well, take a break. Take a break. Do not force yourself. Can you scalp? Absolutely. You can do whatever you want. There's only one rule with Top Step, and this is why I love it. Do not hit your maximum daily loss. If you do, you get stopped out for the day. Look at that. Bursting above 320 right there. You can see the price action in the book map there. There's that squeeze over 320. I didn't catch any of it. Big squeeze over 320 here. I do think that we can get kind of a straight shot here to 335. Watching for a pullback here. SPY is making a new high day. A little bit of a hesitation, but I think we could squeeze a little bit harder here. We got 4 minutes till the bottom of the hour. A lot of topside liquidity. I should have jumped in for that approach to 320 there. That should have been the trade, because then I could have just flipped it out and scalped it right up to 325. C'est la vie. I'm definitely, you can start to feel when your mental capital starts to drain as well. You can start to feel that as you get a little bit exhausted. Any other speakers or data today? Oh yeah, there's a ton. We have at 11:30, we have, at noon, we have John Williams. He's a voter. And then at 1:30, we have Lori Logan, she is also a voter. And then we also have the 3-year note auction that's due out at 1 p.m. And the consumer credit for September is going to be out at 2 p.m. So lots of data being released today. Lots of action. Gave back a couple hundred, but happy with how I played. Nice work there, Big Mac. Way to go. Awesome job. Yeah, a lot of volatility today. We're holding back above 320 here. Still pretty strong, surprisingly. SPY is flirting with a new high day. Apple as well. Tesla is perking back up, looking to reclaim over the EMAs here. There is a good chance we could run this straight to 335. I may want to take just one more trade for that approach. Yeah, I'm just lagging a little bit too much here in my entering into a position. And we may just grind higher here. Fed Waller saying policy makers are mulling to blah, 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 something, something. Okay, he's cracking over this 30. Now looking for that 335.5 to the top side here. Apple is making new highs. SPY is, I'm going to take that long here. SPY is ripping. I'm looking for this approach over 335.5 now. Very nice. Very, very nice. I'm going to cover that right there, actually, on that burst. There we go. That was nice. That felt good. That was some solid resolution to the top side. So where does that put us on the day now? A little bit more of a recovery, right? So now we're only down $2,900 from being down 9,000 to only being down 3,000. $6,000 of recovery. Hey, I'll take it. That was a nice trade. So difficult day, but second half of the day, big recovery. So I guess we have to pump the brakes on the open there next time and really start sizing in on sizing in on our second half of the trades there. So we are coming into the bottom of the hour. My mental capital is getting pretty cooked here. I can feel it. I can feel the mental capital being drained here. Trader Page says, I think you're used to options open. Yeah, it's very true. I was talking about that earlier. It's a totally different trade, trading futures and options. And when you think you can take enough heat in a position in futures, sometimes you just get a little bit too big for your britches there. A little too big for my britches on those first two trades. But if you guys are having fun here, make sure you're dropping a like and hitting that thumbs up button. Make sure you're subscribed to the stream. We have a lot of fun here. I really enjoy doing this with you guys. It's a lot of fun. All right, bottom of the hour, I'm going to look for any final trades here. Any final trades. Been trading and streaming here for about 2.5 hours. The NASDAQ internals improving to the upside. Yeah, I'm seeing that across the board. I got my whole section right here. All the flavors of NASDAQ. It's like when you go to a restaurant and they have the tour of Italy. I have the tour of NASDAQ on this screen over here. All right, folks. So I'm probably going to be thinking about logging it up here. And I will, of course, we'll be back tomorrow on YouTube here at 8. Wow, we are squeezing harder here. The next level I have to the top side here is 365, mind you. We got 113 likes, so tomorrow another live stream. Yeah, we will do another live stream for sure tomorrow. I appreciate you guys all coming out here and hanging out on the stream with me. Had a lot of fun. We are going to be locking it up here with a loss. We are going to have losing days as part of trading. It's just how you manage yourself through those losses. Try to stay calm. Just be calm. Trade around the correct, trade around your risk. Trade with discipline. Always trade to your plan. And, Don't get burned out too early. Try to save some mental capital for when there's really, really nice setups. Unfortunately, we were just on the wrong side of a couple things, a couple moves in the market there. But it's going to happen here, folks. It's going to happen. The target I have to the upside here is going to be, let's just go over to the E-signal here. First target is 365 and then 383.25. Those are the two targets that I'm watching here to the top side. So if you guys ever want to trade top step like I did here on stream where I didn't have to put any of my own capital at risk, you could do that. Just check out the link in the description down below. And if you want to join us in Clubhouse, there's also a link down there. And make sure you guys are following me right here at Selling Rips on Twitter and on Instagram. Really appreciate sharing this morning with you. We are going to lock it up here down $2,900. But like I said, we will be back bright and early tomorrow here on YouTube at 8 a.m. sharp. I'll see you guys here in Clubhouse here in just a moment. So don't go anywhere if you're already in Clubhouse right now. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys in just a minute. And on YouTube, I will continue streaming Bookmap throughout the day. It's going to look just like this. We're just going to be a full screen of Bookmap. And my goodness, we are squeezing like crazy. So yeah, I'm going to be streaming Bookmap throughout the day. If you guys want to have that up in a second monitor and hang out and watch. All right, folks, I'll see you guys in Clubhouse here in just a minute. If you're going to trade, good luck to you, and I'll see you guys here on YouTube tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Take care.